tomorrow is the first one, and then Friday is the regular one. Let me ask you a few questions. I want you guys, here's what we're going to do. This is going to be difficult, okay? Everybody is going to vote on this. It's a true-false question. Now, if it is true, this is where the difficult part comes in. You will raise your right hand. Okay, let's everybody go over that, make sure we're situated, we know what right is. If it is false, you will raise the opposite hand, which is called your left hand. Your left hand, all right? Does anybody else, you ever have directions and then like turn right here or go right, and you pause for a minute and you've got to like think about that, like which one is which? I used to do that quite a bit, and I don't know about you. You know the thing that I did? I remembered which hand I'd put over my heart. Anybody ever done that? Like that's sort of the, if I'm pausing, I'm like, okay, which hand goes over my heart? Or for me, it was like, which hand do I throw with? Or something like that. Like I don't know if anybody else ever struggled. So maybe right now in your mind, figure out that right and left. Okay, you guys got it? Everyone okay with that? Do we need like a demonstration on right and left? Okay, we're going to see if you can do it without the demonstration. We're going to have faith in you. So raise your right hand if it is true, your left hand if it is false. All right, here we go. God told Joshua to be strong and courageous because he would always be with him. Everybody votes. Right hand if true, left hand if false. God told Joshua to be strong and courageous because he would always be with him. All right, everyone should have their hand up. Everyone has to vote here. It should be your right hand should be raised because it is true. It is true. Now, this one, I haven't phrased it like this, so we're going to see how we do. All right. God gave the tribe of Judah a double portion of land, one for each of his sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. Again, I haven't phrased it like this. We've talked about it, but I haven't phrased it exactly like this. God gave the tribe of Judah a double portion of land, one for each of his sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. Is that true or false? Right hand if true, left hand if false. Your left hand should be up. Okay, now I didn't phrase it like this because technically these are two tribes. But who are Ephraim and Manasseh? Judah. Does that make sense? I know I haven't phrased it like that, so I want to make sure that you're going to understand the question. God did give one tribe a double portion. It was the tribe of Joseph, or Joseph's seed, and that was Ephraim and Manasseh. Redeem means to purchase or buy back. Redeem means to purchase or buy back. And we're going to look at this a little bit more tomorrow, but redeem means to purchase or buy back. Right hand for true, left hand for false. It should be your right hand. It does mean to purchase or buy back. Joshua set up a memorial of 12 stones brought down from Mount Ebal. Joshua set up a memorial of 12 stones brought down from Mount Ebal. Right hand for true, left hand for false. It should be your left hand. It is false. Can somebody tell me why it is false? Why is it false? Nico? Thank you, Nico. All right. He got it. Remember, they crossed the Jordan River, and he went into the middle of the Jordan River. He did get 12 stones, set up a memorial, but it was not from Mount Ebal. Then the judges governed the people and led the army. The judges governed the people and led the army. Right hand for true, left hand for false. Some of you just keep looking around the room to see who's putting their hands up for being like a consensus pick, and then you're going to stick with them. It should be true. Should be true. Samson was Israel's first judge. Samson was Israel's first judge. It should be your left hand. Why is it false? Who was Israel's first judge? This one might be not a very familiar one. No, Aaron would have been your first high priest. Othniel. Othniel, who actually was married into Caleb's family. Remember Caleb, Joshua and Caleb? He would have been a son-in-law of Caleb. But Othniel was the first judge that is mentioned. There's not a lot mentioned about him, but Othniel is the first judge that is mentioned. Let's see here. All right, we're going to just stick with that for right now. All right, take books, turn to page, let me find it, I'm sorry, page number 66. 66, and we're talking about this cycle that we're going to see the children of Israel in. Do make sure that your masks are on. Make sure you're not working on anything at this time. This cycle, which we're going to see repeated over and over again. And we broke each one of these down. Sin, they begin to follow a false god. They then fall into slavery. Then they're going to pray and they're going to ask forgiveness and they're going to repent, and God's going to forgive them and to send them a salvation or to send a judge. Now, it is very easy, guys, let me say this. I have already said it. I know some of you are working on field notes and different things like that. If you do not listen to me, I just pick it up and then you got to start all over again, so it's really not worth it. So just help me out and make sure you're following along and listening to what we're doing. I need you to put these notes in. Let me say one other thing. Some of you do not write in your notes. Okay, I don't know if you're getting them later or if you're just not writing anything in at all. At this point, I don't think I should have to come by and like grade your notes. They're all up there. I'm going over them. Just make sure that you're listening and writing these in when they come up there. It'll be a help to you as far as your tests, quizzes, things like that go, but also just hopefully a help to you in the future as you're trying to learn some things from God's Word. It's easy to judge people in the Bible. Why is it easy to judge people in the Bible? Because we can look back on it. For instance, let me give you an example. Who is the Dodgers fan in the room? Dodgers are World Series champions now. But what night was it? Was it Saturday night when they made those plays that were like a Little League game? Is that, I don't remember which one. There was one, the Dodgers, these are some of the best players in the world. And they hit a ball out there. The center fielder comes and is going to grab it, throw it home, and try to throw somebody out. Bounces out of his glove, then he's got to run and get the ball. Then he throws it into the infield. The infielder throws it to the catcher, like catches the ball and is turning to tag the guy. And the ball goes over there. And 2 runs score, and the Dodgers lose on that play. Now, you know what people do? We look at those guys, and we're like, what is their problem? How could that guy not catch the ball? You know, we see these things, especially sports. Sometimes they call it the Monday morning quarterback. That's the person that analyzes what everybody did on Sunday, and they're like, man, what's wrong with these guys? Well, let me ask you, anybody in here, one of those people that yell at the screen when you're watching sports? Anybody like that? Okay, some of you admitting to that. My grandpa was one of those guys. He is a avid Ohio State, like everything. Like when my grandpa was, he could tell you how Ohio State swimming was doing. And I'm like, who even cares? But he could give you the details of how they're doing and different things like that. My grandpa was a guy that was always smarter than the coach at Ohio State. Like, it didn't matter how many championships that the coach at Ohio State had won. He always knew more than the coach and was yelling at the players. You know one thing, I do not yell. Criticize him, you know what? Times better than I will do that. So I'm not going to yell at them for making a mistake or something like that. But we're very good at getting on somebody for making a mistake. And oftentimes we do that with the Bible. We look at Peter and we're like, Peter, how did you deny Jesus 3 times? Peter, how did you take your eyes off of Jesus and fall into the water? And we can do that with the judges and say, man, what's up with the children of Israel? Why didn't they just keep following God? We look back and we see these cycles and we're like, didn't these guys get it? But I want to show you something because I think some of the same things that they fell into, we can fall into. So we're going to have a little bit of writing here today. So let's go ahead and start on. We are selfish and like to do things our own way. Now, let me just say, I do not think this is a statement that anybody could argue with. If you are going to argue with it, I could maybe ask your parents or siblings about this right here. We like things our own way. How many of you share a room with a sibling? Anybody share a room with a sibling? Does that ever end up in fighting with that sibling because their part of the room is not like how you want their part of the room to be? Is that ever? I never had to share a room. That was the one blessing. I always wanted a brother. I never had a brother. I had 2 sisters. But I guess that's the one blessing is you don't really share your room with your sister there, I guess. So that was the blessing from it. But I was right next door to him, and I can't tell you how many times I heard them arguing over clean up yourself. One of my sisters, and maybe this is how you, one of my sisters is very, very like, she wants things clean. My other sister is like a pile of clothes on the floor. Like that's fine with her, you know, like that's her. My other sister is like the exact opposite. So as you can imagine, that led to some conflict of the, you know, did you take this? Where's this at? You know, if anything in the room ever came missing, you know whose fault it was? The other person's. The other person's fault. It was always theirs. It was never they misplaced. It's like you took it, and you know all this stuff. We're very selfish. I mean, and by the way, we were born like that. And I think I've shared this with you guys before. Those of you that have had young kids or watched young kids, we just want what we want, and it's never enough. One of the things last night we went to the pumpkin patch. You guys ever been there? There is a place that like steals money from you like, right, a whole nother story. But we got there and the kids were doing some of the rides. So they did several of the rides, and it's time to leave, especially like not my youngest, I keep saying young, but second to youngest son, he is 4 years old. He didn't want to leave. You know why? Because he still wanted to do the rides. Now, did it matter that he'd already done a few of the rides? No, he wanted to do more. It was that selfish nature. We all fall into this. You're like, man, I'm glad I'm not a kid anymore. I don't struggle with this anymore. You ever had this happen in your car where they're like, hey, where do you guys want to go eat? Where do you want to go eat, right? And there's like a where they want to go eat. You ever been outvoted? You ever had a bad attitude about that? I mean, it's like you want to go here, and all of a sudden everybody in your car just is crazy and they vote for something else. And you're like, what is wrong? It happened to me last night. Now, these are two was better than last night. We were going to get something when we went to In-N-Out or McDonald's. Both of them, fantastic places. There is nothing you can say negative about either one. But I have children. Now, if the choice comes down to a kid between In-N-Out and McDonald's, I will tell you what 99% of children will choose every single time. It is McDonald's. And again, McDonald's is not based anything on the food they're going to serve. They have a toy. In-N-Out does not. And so they're going to, so we went to McDonald's last night. Now, I didn't throw a fit. In my mind I was. But not out, no, I sorry to get you so angry so early in the morning. All right? But we all want what we want. And when we don't get it, we get upset. Just like what happens here. We forget God. This is so convicting. When things are going wrong in our life, we often turn to God. When we know somebody who is sick, just things don't. Give you an example. When do you pray for a test or quiz?
Right before you take it.
Let's be honest. Most of the time, it's when you didn't study for it. Right? The times that you really study for the quiz or the test and you're ready for it, you don't even think about it. You're just like, I'm going to ace this. I completely forgot. Like that Hail Mary prayer, like, God, if you just give me an A here, then I will. And you try to throw in these things to try to, I'll study for every other test the rest of my life, right? And then next week you're making the same prayer. But like it's just we often just go to God when there are problems, and when everything is going good, when the job, finances is fine, when we go to God. I mean, we don't go to God because we're like, I've got this under control. That's what the children of Israel did. We need God's help. We forget that. We're like, I've got this under control. And we got to realize we all fail. We all sin. I am not here to look at you and say, look at how bad they failed and they messed up. Because I failed and they messed up. So this we see about ourselves. All of these things, can I just say, are as true of the children of Israel then as they are of me today. I'm selfish. I'm just being honest with you. If I'm not careful, if I just give in my own flesh, I want everything a certain way. During the good times of life, I've often forgotten God. Now, I don't just forget who He is. He's just not as big a part of my life as when there are problems. I forget that I need His help. And I realize that I've all sinned. Now, what do we learn about God from Judges? He is a jealous God. Now, we looked at this yesterday, and I hope this is a help to you. You got all these written in, sir? He is a jealous God. We often think of jealousy as negative, but I hope yesterday maybe helped you understand that a little bit better. God is jealous. Just as the illustration I used yesterday went to, astounds me how many people are at the pumpkin patch. Like, it is packed. And I had to park over by the freeway. But I'm there with my children. You know what was important to me? That my kids were by me. We went to, I don't know if you guys, there's a thing there called the Chicken Show.
What?
Yes.
Oh, the robot thing?
Yes. They actually put this in, that it's one of the things you get with your addition. It's almost like a puppet type thing, but they sing these songs and stuff. So we're sitting there, my kids, I don't know why, they love it. So we're sitting there watching these chickens sing a song, and I'm sitting a couple rows behind them. I've got Austin in a stroller there, and I'm watching him. And then I look up, and I see I've got all of my nieces there, and my nephew is there, and I see them, and then I'm like, wait a minute, where's Ashlyn? And I'm looking. And then I look over here, I see Mrs. Moyer standing over there. She's not with her. And I'm like, where'd she go? I know I didn't see her. I didn't, so I'm looking. Then I stand up just to see. What she had done is she'd left her seat and walked over here. My little nephew, Jack, was in a stroller, and she's kneeling by Jack. But for a moment there, I'm like, I don't see her. Where's she at? My jealousy came out, right? I wanted her where I knew where she was at. But again, what was the purpose of that? It was for her good, and that's the same thing with God. He does get angry with sin and punishes it. Here's something that we don't like to think about, and oftentimes we don't, but do you realize God hates sin? We're okay with sin, right? That's why we've tried to minimalize it. That's just a little lie. Okay, I know I wasn't too kind to that person, but they deserved it. We minimalize sin, and God hates it. God punishes sin. It's a true statement. But if that's all that we knew about God from the book of Judges, we're all in trouble because we're all sinners. And if God hates sin and always punishes sin, then man, I'm in trouble. But He forgives sin. He forgives. He forgave these people over and over again. I'm glad that He forgives because He's had to forgive me many times. The Bible says in 1 John 1:9, if we confess our sins, He is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. When I sin and when I make a mistake, I need to go to God, confess my sins, and get right with God with that. And the last one, He loves people and wants what's best for them. That is a very true statement that I don't think I could say that, and I don't know anybody in this that would know that. But I've got to say, there's sometimes in life where that idea of God wants what's best to do. Have what we want to do, and we know that God wants us to do this, and oftentimes we just go with what we want to do. Why? Because we think our way is best. Best. And it's always best for me. Now, oftentimes we think what's best for us is just getting out of trouble, right? You're caught. You didn't study for the quiz. You're there. You're taking the quiz. You are going to be in trouble if you get a bad grade. And the person beside you is not really protecting their answers that well. So you decide that the best thing for you is not to grade. So you steal the answers from that person's paper or homework. You didn't do your homework. This person's going to let you copy down their homework. So this is what's best for me. That's a bad choice. God's told you what's right. And is his way best for you? That's what you've got to ask yourself in those situations. Guys, quick. We do have our harvest party here at the church, and we've got some games, some different things like that. We're going to have hot chocolate. Hot chocolate and popcorn and stuff like that. All of you guys are invited. If you'd like to dress up in a costume, you're more than welcome to. If you don't, I'm not going to be dressed up in a costume. All right, if you don't, you are welcome to come as well and have some fun. But that'll be tonight at 7 o'clock. You guys are all dismissed as you eagerly await science class. All right, you guys can be dismissed.
Hello, Mia. Good. Hopefully you're there. I don't see your name yet, but hopefully you're there. I'm going to put this on the screen because I did not mark where we were at. Okay. So let's just go down the pictures or frame and see where we're at. Okay. I know that. Stop me. Stop me. Did we talk about? We didn't talk about oxides, did we? But we talked about those. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is where we left off yesterday. Let's get into this. Shh. Hey. Guys, make sure the missing worksheets are updated as of today or as of yesterday, this morning, okay? So make sure you're getting those checked. Make sure you're getting things turned in that are missing, okay? Just to let you know, you have this week, the rest of this week, and next week. Quiet. I'm talking. You have this week, the rest of this week, and all next week, and then the first grading period is over. Anything on that sheet, which means it's a 0 right now, will stay a 0, and that will affect your grade. Okay? So make sure that things get turned in and stay on it. If you are having problems, you need to talk to me about it. Okay? Otherwise, I'm just assuming that you're just not getting it done. Okay? So let's get it done, get it turned in, and you will feel better about yourself in the long run. I guarantee it. Okay? As some of you have already attested that just by turning in your homeworks because you had some missing work, bumped your grade up from the last time I showed you. Okay? So it helps. A 50 is a whole lot better than a 0. A whole lot better. Okay? So a 0 takes, if you average it in, just by simple average, if you take a 0 and then you get 100 on the next grade, what's your average? 50. So if you get 200s, what's your average? 300, so it's about a 67. It's gone up, but only went from a 50 to a 67. Okay? If you get 300s in that 0, what's your average? 75, a C. So see, it took 4 grades to get you 300s to get you into the C's. Okay? That's hundreds. If you're not getting the hundreds on those, then it's going to take longer. So see, that's how bad, that's how a 0 hurts your grade. Okay? And especially if it's going against a test, your test is 50% of your grade. Okay? Homework and quizzes are the other 50. They get averaged together. Okay? Then that average goes against your average of your test. So see, it's important that you get your homework done, that you do well on your homework, because it will offset your tests somewhat. Okay? But those tests are big. And sometimes when we only have time to get one test in, that's huge. That is huge. And luckily we were able to get 2 tests in this quarter. Okay? So if you haven't turned your test in yet, make sure that that gets done and gets turned in. Okay? But make sure, you guys are old enough to know this. I'm not going to hound you every day about this because you're old enough now. Okay? You're not in elementary. You're in the secondary. You're in junior high. You're older. You can handle responsibility more. Your responsibility is to check those sheets. And what's not there, get it turned in. If you don't have it by chance, then you need to talk to me. Okay? I'm just assuming that you're just not doing the work. Okay? So please, let me urge you strongly to get things done. Mia, I'll try and contact you about what you have out, if there's anything, and then we can get that to you since you can't see these sheets, okay? So I'll be in contact with you about that, okay? Okay, let's get into the lesson today, see what we can get done in now 22 minutes, okay? Okay, so we talked about the sulfide and the sulfates yesterday, the ones that contain the element sulfur, or a pyrites fool's gold, like a pyrites fool's gold, I should say, okay? The next one is your oxides. These are the minerals that contain the element oxygen bonded to a metal, okay, like carbonates. Minerals containing carbon bonded to oxygen. Cody.
Is the one all the way to the right Spider-Man after Infinity War?
Forgive me, but you lost me on that one.
Have you
When
seen,
they all turned to dust.
Well, I'm talking to Cody.
have you seen Avengers Infinity War?
No.
If you watch that, you'll get the joke.
Okay. Then obviously no. Okay. Okay. Phosphates. Minerals containing the element phosphorus bonded to 4 oxygen atoms. Okay. So, but these are what the oxides are. That third picture is copper, what pennies are made out of, okay? Another form of this, but your book only talks about these two. Okay, that's oxides. Next, silicates. This is the largest group of the minerals that compose over 90% of the Earth's crust, okay? So these elements make up 90% of what the Earth's crust is, okay? Like, well, I don't have them listed there. I should list them, okay? But they are your crystal more-like forms that would be found in the Earth, okay? The silicates. So the structure of a mineral. Your crystals, okay? These are just geometric structures composed of atoms or molecules and having orderly arrangements. So you can see just in these pictures that they're just not a clump of dirt-like form, okay? They have a geometric figure to them, okay? And they are shaped this way when they find them in a lot of cases. Sometimes now with, they take a crystal, a natural crystal, and take it to the laboratory, and the mineralogist, I guess you would say at this point, a mineralogist, would take that mineral and maybe shave it into some shape or whatever, okay? And maybe like the star one down here, that could be one. But if you have ever just done the experiment of forming a crystal, that crystal comes out in whatever shape basically you want it to come out in, okay? So, but they are made of geometric, they have the geometric structures, the geometric shapes of all, and so you can see just in these pictures that they're all different types of shapes, okay? And if you take the blue one, the third one on the top, okay, and if you put it under a microscope and showed it and got real close to the individual crystals in there, you would find that they have their own type of geometric structure. Probably ones that are more like the ones on the left, top left, okay? Or kind of ones that are on the top right, okay? But Superman doesn't like the one on the top right. Okay. Okay. It's green. It's green. He didn't. Superman doesn't like green. That's green. It's green. I am sorry. That is green. Top right. That is green. Ladies and gentlemen, you are colorblind. That is green. You are colorblind. This is blue. Oh. This is blue. That's green. See the difference? See the difference? Okay. Green, blue. Okay. Oh. Oh my goodness. Just about ready, yeah. Okay. Oh. Very, very seldom do you see a 62-year-old climbing chairs. Okay. That is white to me right now. Here. From here it looks white.
Let's see from your screen. That's still blue. What color is it?
Now this would be pea green.
Okay.
That is green.
That is not green.
That is
That is not blue. Moving on. Moving on. Sorry, Mia. Hope you're having a good time about all this. Okay. On a crystal, you have faces of crystals on crystals. Those are just the flat surfaces that generally characterize that crystal. So if you go back, look at the look at the faces on the green crystal. Okay? Okay? Did not. I pointed at this one. I went like that. Are you looking cross-eyed? That one. Okay? My goodness. Faces, the flat surfaces, okay? So, just to see if your mathematical skills are there today, how many faces do you see on this one?
I see two right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe, okay? But then it's three-dimensional because so then you got the backside, okay? So, but I said as you see. So anyway, it's the flat surfaces like on the green one, not up there, but the previous one, okay? All these green ones up here, okay? Green, green. Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Shh. Quiet. Nico. Quiet. Guys, hey. Enough. Reel it in, please. Emma, what? What about the left? What about it? Okay. What colors do I see? I see purple, yellow, green, and a little bit of blue and white. Okay. Now, that's a good, I'm glad you brought that illustration up. The one on the left is natural form, okay? If you see the brown around it, that's the crust of the earth that was formed around this. And so they have broken through that, they've broken through that layer, and underneath it came out with this crystal. Okay. Chicken nuggets don't have crystals in them. Okay? Good grief. Now, the angles between the corresponding sides, quiet, are always the same in all crystals of the same mineral. Okay? Shh. Okay? Minerals cannot be accurately identified because several minerals are yellow, vitreous, and have hexagonal shapes, and they are green. Okay? Graphites. It's the soft, slippery substance. Okay? It's one to have fun, but know when to stop. Okay? It's a substance that's formed microscopic crystals. They slide easily over one another, which is used as your pencil lead or lubricants for whatever squeaking. Okay? Some of you need lubricants on your mouths. I'm sorry. Emma? We're on number 4. Okay, got it? Okay, so the graphites are your slippery ones. Okay? The diamonds. Nico, start learning about this. Okay? Okay? Just start learning about the diamonds, okay? Okay? We're not going to say who likes diamonds, but girls, a diamond is a girl's best friend, okay? So, okay? So, learn about these, okay? Diamonds. The hardest natural occurring substance that's known, okay? If you want to know if a diamond is true or not, okay, take it and scrape it on something. If it leaves a mark on the substance, if it leaves a scratch, I should say, it's probably a true diamond. But if it leaves a residue, it's a fake diamond. Okay?
So if I scrape the rock outside on the concrete, that means it's a diamond.
Could be. Could be. Okay. Now, so Nico, if you ever want to go looking for a real diamond, okay? Shh. If and when you go looking for a real diamond, then see something, put it on something, make a scratch of it, and then you can tell if it's real or not fake. Okay. I'm going to be kind to you. That's your homework for tonight. Okay? Reading pages. Okay. Now would be a good time to get missing work caught up.
Mr. Brown.
Tell, tell me what number. 3B5. So then we're on 4. There's 3B5. Silicates. Yes, ma'am.
Today, can I stay after school and you can help me with the thingies that I'm missing?
Well, today, no, because I have a staff meeting after school on Wednesdays. Okay? So,
Tomorrow I have basketball practice. And
okay.
today I have basketball.
okay. I know Jaden's not here. That is, you ask someone else if they can help you, like Jaden was helping you. Okay?
Brianna can help me. She,
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. But Wednesdays, no. Okay.
that's fine.
Adam. What's your name? Aaron. Trying to get away from her and falling for Erica isn't the right. Okay. Okay. Settle down, guys.
Did you know that your overcoat
Black. Yes.
You said
Black and blue.
no. You said that.
No, I said
No, you said that.
blue.
No, you meant like blue.
Blue. Yeah.
Today.
Blue.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did. I saw. Can you go back?
Back one.
Be quiet, baby Eric.
You want me to go back one? Back to which one? That one? See, Jose, she asked kindly. Okay, Mia, I'm sorry, I got wrapped up in things here. That's going to conclude today, okay? So make sure you're getting things done, get that test done, and get it turned in, okay, as soon as possible. So again, remember, this week and next week, and then grading period's over, okay? Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye.
it's not. Okay, if you're not sure if you turned in your homework from yesterday, ask me and I'll tell you, but I'm pretty sure you guys know who you are who didn't turn in vocab 1 through 6 or 1 through 5 2 times. Okay? So make sure you have that turned in by today. Okay, I will clear my tray out at the end of the day, and if it's not in there, it will remain a 0. Okay? You cannot turn it in tomorrow or Friday. Last night's or Friday night's homework. Sorry about that. That was actually Monday night's homework was list 7, vocab and definitions 1 through 5. If you don't turn that in, it's a 0 after today. Okay. All right. Tonight's homework, no homework. Last night's homework was 6 through 10. So go ahead and turn that in if you haven't already. Okay. Literature homework. You guys should be writing this down. I'm already saying your homework for tonight. Okay, literature homework is to just continue reading For the Love of the Hills. We have a quiz tomorrow, a reading quiz tomorrow over pages 67 to 72. Okay, that is For the Love of the Hills. Okay, make sure you are reading that, knowing the plot, which is the story. Okay, know the characters, and then know what's going on in the story. Okay, we'll have a reading quiz over that tomorrow. Okay. Alrighty, so let's take out our grammar books. Turn to page number 50. Okay, I wasn't able to make some copies. I forgot about the creative dialogue for those of you with this blue book. So we will go over that tomorrow. Hey, Mr. S.
Good morning. Can I make a quick announcement?
Yeah.
Okay, just a real quick announcement, class. I think some of you already heard me, but tomorrow is Makeup Picture Day at 8:30. You don't have proofs yet. We're going to try and arrange another day in the future because we have new students that are still coming in the elementary. But if you either weren't here or you're new, make sure you get your picture taken tomorrow. And then if you just know yours didn't turn out for some reason or you didn't like your hair that day or whatever, you can go up. It'll be just at 8:30 in the morning. Yeah, Bella?
Will we be able to see our pictures?
Not before tomorrow, but you will get as soon as they get the proofs back, we'll give them to you guys. And then, like I said, we're going to try and arrange a future day for that as well. But you can talk with Jen and just see if she wants you to take them. She's got to take hers tomorrow anyway, because she wasn't here. Yes? Yeah, we go up there right at 8:30 because they'll be here. They're just going to take the few people that were missing. They'll probably be in and out really quick tomorrow. So yeah, I would just go there first at 8:30, and then you could. Tomorrow's what, Thursday? So if you're late or need a note or something, let me know and I can tell Mr. Moyer if you need to. Also, I talked to some of you, but not all of you. Friday, of course, we have you guys all got a handout for the harvest for being able to dress up and stuff. The costumes, make sure you follow that. No dark characters, no crazy villains. This is the first time our school's ever done it. So what you do this year and how you do it will determine future years, okay? So if you're in doubt on anything, just check with one of the staff and see whether it's okay, okay? All right, sounds good. Oh, and Jonathan, I got your change, and then I'm out of here.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
All right, Jonathan.
All right, guys, turn to page number 52. Sorry about that. We reviewed already yesterday about our simple sentences, our complete predicates, and then complete subjects and different things like that. Okay, that's basically finding the subject of a sentence and the verb. All right, so it's dividing where you should dividing. Make sure in a complete predicate, you underline twice the whole verb and all of its modifiers. Okay, if you are working on a different subject, different homework, make sure you put that away. Otherwise, I'll take it. Yep. Page number 60. Okay, page number 60 for the blue book. Page 52 for the green book, Overcoming Problems in Locating Subjects and Verbs. Okay, but we're just reviewing a little bit from yesterday. Okay, so yesterday we kind of just reviewed the subject and the verbs. Okay, let's read number 52 and page number 60 in the blue book. This is Overcoming Problems in Locating Subjects and Verbs. So this is basically where you're looking at a sentence and you don't quite know for sure what the subject of the verb is. You don't really know what the verb is, okay? This is going to help us determine the different kinds of sentences, what subject is in that kind of sentences, okay? Let's look at number 1. Okay? The subject of a sentence normally comes before the predicate, but sometimes the predicate or part of the predicate comes before the subject. When any part of the predicate comes before the subject, the sentence is in inverted order. Okay? These are the following examples of inverted sentences. So an inverted sentence would be probably an interrogative sentence, okay? Letter A. Obviously, we know an interrogative sentence, what class? What does it do? Good. An interrogative sentence asks a question. Okay, so the subject is usually between the parts of the verb phrase, okay? We know that verb phrases are the verb with any of its modifiers or any of its helping verbs, okay? We saw that yesterday in our action or our linking or our helping verbs, okay? Did we actually already do page 58 and page number 50, recognizing subject and predicates? We did that, right? Page 50, we already went over that? Okay, we did, and then exercise B was our homework the other night, right? On page number 51. Oh, okay, well, let's go to page 50. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, page number 50. And then subjects and predicates, page number, where is that? Do you guys know where that is in your book? Oh, page number 58 in your guys' books, okay? Okay. Sorry about that. Let's start over, okay? Recognizing subjects and predicates, okay? Number 1, a sentence is a group of words that expresses a complete thought. We already know that. We talk in sentences, hopefully. Complete thoughts. There's a subject, there's a verb. It makes sense, okay? It's not just a fragment where it's a little part of a sentence. It's a complete thought. That's what a sentence is, okay? The complete subject of a sentence is that part about which something is said. So if I'm talking about John, John is my subject, okay? John Powers is the complete subject of maybe something of the sentence that I'm saying. He is the part about what I'm saying, okay? The simple subject is the main word or group of words in the complete subject, okay? So let's go over that. You guys look in your paragraph or in your examples. Your example is, my soul thirsteth for God, or the fear of the Lord is an aid to holiness, okay? Let's do that one instead, okay? The fear of the Lord, okay, ... Okay, that is what I would use an ellipses for, okay? The fear of the Lord is an aid to holiness, okay? The complete subject is the part about which something is said. So this entire phrase is my complete subject, okay? That's what it's saying about, or what's the subject about what it's saying, okay? Number 3, the simple subject is the main word or the group of words in the complete subject. So, okay, the sentence is, the fear of the Lord is, what does it say? The fear of the Lord is an aid to holiness, okay? An aid to holiness. Okay, so this is my complete subject. All right, the word fear is my simple subject. Okay, that is the main word in the group of words that is the complete subject. Okay, so this entire phrase, the fear of the Lord, it's talking about what it is. The fear of the Lord, that's my entire subject. The fear is what it's specifically saying. It's the main word. That is my subject. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, let's look at the complete predicate. Okay, number 4, the complete predicate of a sentence is the part that says something about the subject. Okay, so the subject is something about which something is said. Okay, the predicate is the one that says something about the subject. So my complete predicate would be is an aid to holiness. Okay, I would underline that twice. All right, that is my complete subject. However, there is a simple predicate, and another name for that is a verb. Okay, our verb is the word is. Okay, is my verb. It's showing action, not action, is showing state of being. Okay, if you guys look at number 6, okay, number 6, a verb phrase is a main verb and it's helping verbs. Okay, there's linking or helping. Am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been. So is a linking verb. Okay, there are words acting, action or helping. Have, has, had, do, does, did. There's words that are just helping. Shall, will, should, would, may, might, must, can, could. When that means that they're helping verbs, it means that they usually appear with another verb. Okay, so like shall run, will do, should eat. Okay, these words are helping verbs. Okay, and then these are action or linking verbs. They can either show action or they link words together, like taste, feel, smell, sound, look, appear, become, seem, grow, remain, and stay. You do want to know these verbs. Okay, these will help you determine what kind of sentences things are, okay, or not sentences, verbs and different things in a sentence are. Okay, so you want to know the differences between linking or helping verbs, action or helping verbs, helping, action, or linking. Okay, when it talks about action or linking, if I look at the word taste, okay, for example, I would say, I tasted the cookie. Okay, I'm showing action by tasting. Tasting is an action verb. Okay, but when it comes to a linking verb, okay, it would be the cookie tasted delicious. Okay, is the cookie physically tasting? No, it's not. Okay, no, Jasmine, the cookie is not physically tasting. Okay, that is why it's a linking verb, linking the subject to the verb or to the predicate of delicious. Okay, that's where it becomes a linking verb. Okay, those are the differences between a verb phrase or verbs, linking, helping, action, or link action. Okay, my complete subject, the fear of the Lord. My complete verb is an aid to holiness. My simple subject would just be fear. Okay, and then my simple verb would just be is. So fear is. Okay, that is my subject and my verb. All right, let's do exercise A together. Okay, you need to draw a vertical line between the complete subject and the complete predicate. So the complete subject and the complete predicate is included with all of its modifiers, okay? All of the verb and all of the subject. So I would underline all of the verb or all of the subject, the fear of the Lord. Then I would underline twice all of the predicate, okay? Let's do number 1 in the green book. Yes, John. Yeah, give me a second. It says, I visited the Outer Banks during vacation. John, what is my verb within that sentence? Visited. What is my subject, Aaron? Not my subject. I. Good. I visited the Outer Banks. Where would I draw my vertical line, class? Between I and visited. The word I is my complete subject. There's no modifiers with it. Okay, visited is my complete verb or predicate. Okay, so I would draw it between there. All right, number 1 in the blue book. Even the coldest Arctic waters have great numbers of fish. Bella, what's my verb? Have. Good. Jasmine, what's my subject? Even the coldest waters. Yes, waters. Okay. Waters is my subject. Where would I draw my vertical line, Jason? Between waters or after waters, before have. Yes.
What is even in that question?
Even is, even the coldest Arctic waters have great numbers of fish. Actually, hold on. Waters is not my subject. Sorry about that. That is a prepositional phrase. Even the coldest waters. Okay? Let's look at it. This is kind of an inverted sentence, kind of what we were talking about earlier before we switched back. Okay? My verb is have. In order to find my subject, we can ask ourselves who or what have. Okay? Waters don't have. Okay? In this sentence, numbers have. Okay? Because the sentence or the phrase, even the coldest waters, is a prepositional phrase. Numbers have is my subject and my verb. Okay? We need to watch those. Sorry, that one kind of confused me as well. All right, let's do number 2 in exercise A on page number, or in the green book. The lowest elevation in the Western Hemisphere is near Badwater in Death Valley. Okay. Destiny, what is my... Okay. Micah, what's my verb? What is showing action? What is linking? Or what is helping? Not elevation, my verb. John, is. Is my linking verb within that sentence, okay? Who or what is? How do I find what's my subject within that sentence? Go ahead, Natalie. Elevation. Oh, excuse me. Elevation. Elevation is my subject, okay? Where would I draw my vertical line? Hudson? Sorry? Not after elevation. Okay, Brianna? After hemisphere. Okay, we draw our vertical line after the complete predicate, or the complete subject. We're not underlining the complete subject, we're just drawing a line after. Okay, remember how a complete subject is this part of a sentence about something which is said. Okay, it's the simple subject plus all of its modifiers. That is the complete subject. So it would be the lowest elevation in the Western Hemisphere. In the Western Hemisphere is describing elevation. That is why it's after, or our vertical line is after hemisphere. Okay, number 3, most people dream, or let's do number 2 in this in this book. Many of the inhabitants of Iceland are descendants of early Viking settlers. Cheyenne, what's my verb? Are. Good. What is my subject, Jasmine? Not descendants. Ari, do you know my subject in number 2? Not inhabitants. Jason? Sorry? Not settlers. Bella? The word is many, okay? So you have to look at those sentences. There's a lot of modifiers within that sentence, okay? So I'm looking at my verb. My verb is are, okay? I need to find my subject of the verb are. So in order to find my subject, I can ask myself, who or what are? Okay, many are. It's not of the inhabitants. That is a phrase going to the word many. It's not of Iceland. Okay, it's a phrase going to inhabitants. Okay, prepositional phrases cannot be subjects. Okay, and then in declarative sentences like this, usually the subject comes before the verb. So it can't be settlers because that's also part of a phrase, but it's also after the end of the after the predicate. Okay, so make sure you're watching that. We draw our line between Iceland and are because many of the inhabitants of Iceland is modifying the word many. Okay, so the complete subject is the simple subject plus all of its modifiers. Okay, is this making sense to everybody? Okay, good. Okay, number 3, most people dream in color. Jose, what's my verb? Dream, good. What is my subject? Emma? People, good. Most people dream in color. Where would I draw my vertical line, Tyler? Number 3. Make sure you're paying attention, okay? Good, between people and dream, because people is my complete subject, also the simple subject. Dream is my verb. Okay, let's do number 3. The Aswan Dam controls the floodwaters of the Nile rivers in Egypt. Jezreel, do you know my verb in that sentence? What's showing action? Look at your sentence. What's showing action? Well, then turn to that page, page 58. Okay, make sure you're following along this whole time. Make sure you're following along, okay? Don't just sit there. Okay, number 3. The Aswan Dam controls the floodwaters of the Nile rivers in Egypt. Out of all of those words, what do you think is showing action? Not floodwaters. You can't actually flood water. Okay? Can you control? Yeah, you can control. So control is my verb within that sentence. Let's find my subject. Who or what controls? What controls, Bella? The dam. Good. The Aswan Dam. It's that entire name because it's the name of the dam. The Aswan Dam is my subject. Okay? I would draw my line between what, Cheyenne? Good. I would draw my vertical line between Aswan Dam and controls because it's separating the subject from the verb. Okay? Let's do number 4. The shortest verse in the Bible is John 11:35. Cody, what's my verb? Is. Good. What's my subject of the verb? Who or what is, Aaron? Verse. Very good. Verse is my subject. Yes, Bella? The line in this sentence? The one that I'm talking about right now? We're getting to it. We haven't said it yet, okay? The verse in the Bible is John 11:35. Or the shortest verse in the Bible is John 11:35, okay? Brianna, where would I put my line? Good. After Bible, okay? That is also number 9 in the blue book. Okay, number 9, the shortest verse in the Bible is John 11:35. Okay? Yes, Bella. Yes, but it's like it's separating the entire complete subject and the entire complete predicate. So before any of the helper verbs, before any of the predicate part of it, okay, that's where you would draw the line.
And for number 2, number 1, where would you put the line?
Where on the blue book? Okay, even in the coldest Arctic waters have great numbers of fish. That one would be, I think that one would just go after waters because the numbers is, even though that's in the predicate, it's still before the verb, and then even the coldest of Arctic waters is describing numbers, but it's separating between the subject and the predicate. Okay? That one's confusing, I know, but that's why we have to be on the lookout for sentences like that. Okay? Let's do number 4. The hemlock produces a deadly poison in its stems, seeds, and roots. Okay? What's my subject or my verb within that sentence? Ari? Produces. Good. Produces is my subject. I'm underlining that twice. Okay, that's showing action. Okay, who or what produces? What's my subject? Jason? Hemlock. Good. Hemlock is my subject. Produces is my verb. Destiny, where would I draw the line between my predicate and my subject?
Between hemlock and produces?
Good. Between hemlock and produces. And then number 5. Nina speaks Spanish and English. What is my subject and my verb? Nico, what's my verb? Speaks. Good. Chase, what's my subject? Make sure you're paying attention and not using your pencil as a car, okay? Or a sticky note, same thing. Okay, what's my subject in number 5? Nina. Good. Nina is the subject of speech. Okay, where would I draw my vertical line? Jasmine. Emily. Sorry. Good. Between Nina and speaks. Okay, the lowest we already did. Number 5. Okay, the lowest elevation in the Western Hemisphere. That was number 2 in the Green Book. Okay, let's do number 6 in the Blue Book. The Earth's atmosphere protects us from the harmful rays of the sun. Cheyenne, what's my verb? Protects. Good, that's showing action. Okay, and then Bella, what's my subject? Atmosphere. Good. That's the subject of the protects. Good. Where would I draw my vertical line, Jason? After atmosphere, before protects. Good. Okay, we'll work on 7 through 10 tomorrow. But then go ahead and turn to page number 52, and then also page number 60 in the blue book. This is kind of what I was talking about, overcoming problems in locating the subjects and the verbs, okay? So when we don't know how to locate the subject, we need to ask ourselves who or what, or look or reword different sentences, okay? So let's look at how we find it in interrogative sentences, okay? In interrogative sentences, the subject is usually between the parts of the verb phrase, okay? We know verb phrases are the helper and the actual verb, okay? Look at the example. It will be easy to find the subject and the verb if you change the question into a declarative sentence, okay? So my question is, have you planned thoroughly, okay? So you're looking at your verb, have planned, and then you see how the word is in between you, but some way to find the subject, you can say, you have planned thoroughly, okay? That's how you would sometimes reword an interrogative sentence to find the subject, okay? Is Jamie going next? Jamie is going next. We know that Jamie is the subject, okay? Same thing, are you thinking clearly? You are thinking clearly. That's how you kind of rearrange interrogative sentences. Cody, pay attention, okay? How you rearrange interrogative sentences to declarative sentences to find the subject, okay? Letter B, sentences beginning with there or here, okay? Mark this in your notes. There and here are rarely subjects, okay? You want to know that. That'll help you in the future with finding the subject, okay? The words there and here are rarely subjects. Go ahead and mark that in your notes, Tyler, okay? Yes, Bella? When it's saying, maybe if there's a phrase that they are a subject in, or maybe it's actually the subject, like it's doing the action. Okay, we'll look at different sentences. I'll probably try to look up some sentences that we can practice tomorrow when it would be used as the subject, but they are rarely the subject, okay? The subject usually comes after the verbs in sentences of this type, okay? Let's look at our example. There will be an award or reward for the best story, or there is a reward for righteousness. Notice how there is the word there within that sentence, okay? My verb is will be, okay? And then in sentence in the blue book, my verb is, okay? Then you have to ask yourself, what is the subject of this verb, okay? How do I find the subject of this verb? I would say, who or what will be, okay? There doesn't answer that question, okay? But award answers the question. Award will be. Award is my subject, okay? Same thing with this one. There is a reward for the righteous. Is my verb. Who or what is? Okay, there. That doesn't make any sense. Reward is. Reward is my subject of that verb. Okay, same thing with the next one. Here are your books for school today. Okay, my verb is are. We can see that, how it's underlined twice. Okay, are is my verb. Who or what are? Not here. Here are. That's not a sentence and a verb, or a subject and a verb. Okay. My answer is books are. Books are here. Okay. Books is my subject. Same thing for this. Here is your assignment for tonight. Okay. Is my verb. Who or what is? Assignment. Assignment answers that question of my verb. Okay. And then the last one, letter C. Sentences beginning with adverb phrases, okay? Remember that subjects cannot be in prepositional phrases. We struggle with this one, so make sure you mark this in your book, okay? Mark this in your book. Remember that subjects cannot be in prepositional phrases, okay? We kind of learned this in parts of speech yesterday. We'll go into depth more. But a prepositional phrase, we said, shows how words are related to other words within a sentence, okay? Like I said, it shows how I am related to this desk. I'm behind the desk. Behind is a prepositional phrase, okay? Prepositional phrases show how you are related to this classroom. You are in the classroom. The word in is a prepositional phrase, okay? How this computer is related to this desk. On top of the desk, okay? On top of is a preposition. So, prepositional phrases cannot have the subject within them, okay? Make sure you guys note that. Okay, number 2, the subject of an imperative sentence is the word you. Understood, but not written, okay? So if I tell you guys to sit up, stand straight, or sit up straight, okay? I'm telling you, which is an understood you, to sit up straight. It's not saying you sit up straight. It's just saying sit up straight, but it's kind of understood that I'm talking to you guys. Therefore, the subject is an understood you. Those only come in imperative sentences. And remember, imperative sentences gives a command or makes a request, okay? And then the last one, number 3, sometimes the verb phrase is interrupted by other words. Be careful to find all the words that make up the verb phrase. Include only the other words that show action and words that are in the verb list that you have memorized. So make sure that when you find the words, maybe look in your example, the children of God should not fear to follow his leading, okay? Make sure that you get all the verbs within that sentence, okay? There's a helper verb. You guys see that, okay? You see that in your helping list, the word should. The word should is a helper verb that's helping out the verb fear, okay? Should fear is my entire verb phrase. The word not is not a verb, okay? It's actually an adverb. We said that adverbs modify verbs, adjectives, and other adverbs. So make sure you're not underlining adverbs within your verb phrase, okay? All right, let's do number 1 together, okay? Should not a shepherd feed his flock? Okay, draw 2 lines under the verb. Draw 1 line under the subject, okay? Go ahead and do one. If you can finish it, go ahead and finish it, okay? Let's do the exercise on page 60 and page 52, okay? Page 60 for the blue book. Finish the exercise if you can. Go ahead and work on it, Jezreel. Okay, same thing, Tyler. Page number 52, the exercise. You're finding the subject and the verb. Subjects you underline once, verbs you underline twice. And then remember, in imperative sentences, what is my subject within an imperative sentence? Good, an understood you. So if my subject is an understood you can write that off to the side and underline that once. Okay, write it in parentheses. That's why it's understood. Let's do number 1 really quickly together. What's my subject within this sentence, class? Shepherd. Good. Shepherd is my subject. What is my verb? Should feed. Make sure you guys are underlining the entire verb phrase. Should feed. One more, number 2. There are 50 states in the Union for the Green Book. Jose, what is my verb? Not there are, just are, okay? There isn't used as a subject. It's not a verb either, okay? Are is my verb, okay? Who or what are? Jason? Oh, I'm sorry. We're not in the right one. John? States, good. States are. Sorry about that, Jason. Jason, species is my subject in number 2, and then are is the same thing in number 2, okay? Species are is in number 2 in the blue book. Okay, and then number 3, apply thine heart unto instruction and thine ears to the words of knowledge. What is my verb within that sentence, class? Apply. Okay, in order to find the subject, I ask who or what apply. Who apply? Class? Good, it's an understood you. Okay, then I would write that off to the side in parentheses and then underline that once. Okay, go ahead and finish the exercise. Make sure you are studying list number 7 in your vocab. Okay, that quiz will be on Tuesday. Yes, Jose? Today's Wednesday, so no homework. Okay, let's go through these quickly. Number 4 in the Green Book. Isn't the Sahara Desert or the largest desert in the world? Okay, what is my verb? Good. Brianna is. Who or what is, class? Sahara. Good. The largest desert is a direct object, but we will, or not direct object, a predicate nominative, but we'll go over that later. Number 4. Okay, good. Number 5, across the yard, the autumn leaves scattered in the wind. Okay, what is my verb, Nico? Scattered. Who or what scattered, Erica? The leaves scattered. That's my subject and my verb. Number 5, treat your true friends as precious possessions. What is my subject or my verb? Jasmine, you go turn around. Treat. Who or what treat? What is my subject, Ari? Not friends, okay? That is an imperative sentence. Okay, I'm telling you to treat your true friends as a precious possession. So what do you think my subject would be in that sentence? Good, and understood you. Okay, same thing. Surround yourself with the people of character. What is my verb in that sentence, Emma? What is showing action? Who can help her out? Aaron? Surround is my verb. Okay, who or what surround? What is my subject and my verb? Micah? Good, understood you. There is no greater love than that of God for mankind. What is my verb within that sentence? Destiny? Greater? Not greater, I can't greater. Okay, it's not showing action, but it is linking. Bella? Is. Who or what is? Cheyenne? Nope, don't pack up. We're still finishing this out. And number 6, yes. What is my subject? Who or what is? Who can help her out? Ari? Love. Love is my subject and my verb. Okay, and then number 7, would you like another piece of pie? Chase, what's my subject and my verb, or my verb first? Would. What else? Nico? Would like. Make sure you're looking at your entire verb phrase. What is my subject, Aaron? You. Good. You would like. Good works will not earn eternal life. What is my verb, Jason? Will earn. What's my subject, Jasmine? Works. Okay? Good job. Make sure you guys are studying for your vocab quiz on Tuesday. Okay, no homework tonight. But we do have a reading quiz tomorrow in literature. Okay, guys, next time when I'm still talking, do not pack up or stand. Okay?
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Whoops, let's turn this down a little bit. All right, welcome to pre-algebra distance learners. Right now we're going to actually start out with a quiz, so I'll come back on toward the end to talk about a couple of level up sections, provided we do have time. So you guys are just taking the quiz, and then we'll be back at some point here in the near future-ish. All right, we are on level up 2.5. We're going to talk about level up 2.5 and 2.6. I'm just going to kind of introduce some concepts so that you have seen them at this point. Whoops, I went back too far. All right, so level up 2.5. Make sure you are silent there in the back. Thank you. I mean up front too, but they're not the ones actively talking. So help me as soon as I can find the page. All right, we talked about accuracy versus precision. So now we're on level up 2.5. We're going to talk briefly about significant digits. Now, I'm going to cover something right now to get it through your heads. There is a difference between significant and important. Every digit in a number is important. You need them all. You can't just drop digits. But some are more significant than others. Okay? So let's talk about what I mean with that. Okay? Let me see here. Here we go. Okay? Again, this is non-testable, non-quizzable. Okay? Kind of a free extra stuff that you're going to need for future classes. So make sure you're paying attention. Try to grab it, but if you don't worry about it. Okay? Because you'll see it again. All right, so significant digits are all non-zero digits in writing. Okay? We use significant digits to indicate precision. We talked last time about precision and accuracy when I did one of these. Okay, where something can be precise but not accurate, accurate but not precise, or both. Okay, or neither. Okay, so this is telling us the precision of the instrument. How far do I actually know the number in a measurement? Okay, that's the idea. And so the way I indicate this is, first of all, anything that's not a 0 is significant. Okay? If it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, it is automatically a significant digit. Okay? Because I have definitely read that off the scale, off the ruler, whatever. I know that number. Okay? And they have there an example of those scales. Okay? Very quickly. If we look there on page 84, you'll notice if we have 200, 230, and 227.0, those are very different measurement scales. So the first one, I might only know it's about 200 grams. The second one, I might only know it's about 230 grams. The last one I know with certainty is 227.0. And you might be going, how do you know the point? Well, let's get into it. If it's a 0 between non-zero digits, for example, 309, that 0 is automatically significant. Because it's between non-zeros, I clearly wrote it down off whatever I was using. Okay, does that make sense? So if we have a number with a decimal point, anything to the right is automatically significant. So 1.20, that 0 is significant. If I want to indicate a whole number is significant all the way through to the ones place, I just put a decimal point at the end and don't write anything after the decimal. Okay? So at 1200, these two zeros are significant. Does that make sense? Because then what I'm indicating with that decimal point is, hey, no, I read those two zeros. Okay, that's the idea. Now, not significant are zeros at the beginning of a number. So 0.051, you need those. They're placeholders. Okay, but they're not significant because I haven't read them. Even if I read them off the scale, that's not part of the measurement. Okay, does that make sense? And then finally, in numbers without a decimal point, any zeros to the right. So 4,600, no decimal point, those are not significant. Okay, decimal point indicates significance. No decimal point means not significant. That's how that works. Okay, so, nope. Look on page 85 of your text. In example A, okay, we have 3,200. There are two significant digits because there's no decimal point. Those two zeros are not significant. Okay, does that make sense? In part B, that has 5 significant digits because there's a decimal point. So the 0 at the end is significant and the 0 in between non-zeros is significant. Does that make sense? That's significant digits. You guys will see that again later in science classes especially. Okay? Just kind of introducing the topic since we're in the middle of all the measurements and things like that. Okay? Again, non-testable. 2.6 level up. We're on page 90. Now, we talked about scientific notation. We've talked about metric prefixes. We can represent the metric prefixes as scientific notation, or vice versa. Okay? So if I want to say a kilogram, I can write whatever the number is times 10 to the third grams, and it will still mean kilo in quick shorthand. Okay, does that make sense? So that's very useful if your formula requires grams, but we want to be able to quickly see its kilograms. Okay, that's where that's useful for. So we can convert back and forth with that. So if you look at example 2.6, we have 2.51 times 10 to the negative 12th meters. Well, if we look at 10 to the negative 12th, that means we're going to use the prefix pico, so it's 2.51 picometers. Does that make sense? Okay, that's all we're saying here. In part B, okay, if I move that, you'll notice that that 10 to the 10th, there's no matching prefix, but I can go 10 to the 9th. So I'm just going to make it not scientific notation, move it over, make it to the 9th, and then it becomes 79.3 gigagrams, because giga means to the 9th. All right, does that make sense? Okay, so we can use that to hop back and forth from scientific notation to prefixes and vice versa. This is why the metric system is so flexible and why it's used by scientists everywhere. This is the exact reason. Yes?
Why can't you have 10 to the 10th power?
It's not in our chart. I'm sure a prefix exists for it, we just don't use it.
No, I mean for example,
Yeah, there's no 10 to the 10th on the chart. What prefix would it be? Does that make sense? So the closest we have is 9 or 12. 9 is going to be easier to get to
not 11.
because it's not on the chart. It's in groups of 3. It's in groups of 3. After kilo, it's only every group of 3 that we care.
Alright, and why is it 10 to 0?
10 to the 0th just means you're currently where you're at.
Oh, and when you do like 10 with the exponent of 1, what does that mean? So you have to have it?
That's 10 to the 1st. In scientific notation, yes. Anyway, don't worry about it. In scientific notation, yes. In normal numbers, no. So if you just write 3, you're writing 3 to the 1st. It's understood. Okay? But with scientific notation, we state it so that way it's clear it's not a typo.
So is that wrong from the homework last night?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it for the homework, but on quizzes and tests, make sure you get it right. Yes?
On the unit micro, why does it have like a U with a little thing?
Because it's represented by the Greek letter mu. So that's actually a Greek letter, but that's just the prefix we use for micro. Everything else is just a regular Roman letter, but I don't know why that one is. No, Arabic is a whole different letter. We use Arabic numerals, Roman letters. Correction, Latin letters. Correction. Okay. All right, that's the end of that. I just wanted to introduce those concepts. So listen up. Silence thyself. Thank you. All right, you guys had 2.6 due today. Oh yeah, I need to go through and actually add that to Google Classroom. If you've tried to turn it in and haven't been able to, that's because I forgot to put up the assignment. So I'll do that right after this class. Make sure you're not talking over there. Guys, it's getting ridiculous. I'm going to start issuing demerits. Okay, because multiple times today alone. All right, I know I haven't a whole lot in here. Actually, I don't even think I have in here. It will come. So if you control yourselves, then I don't have to deal with it. All right. Chapter 2, Review B, due Monday. All sections, odds assigned, evens bonus. Yes, today is Wednesday. I'm fully aware that Chapter 2, Review B will be tomorrow's and Friday's classwork. Okay, so we won't even have a stream for those days. Okay, you guys have work days. That's due on Monday because Test 2 over Chapter 2 is Monday, Tuesday. All right, so make sure you guys are studying, make sure you guys are prepared, and I'm going to go through and add that homework assignment from last night now so it can be turned in. Yes, everything. You're going to have 2 full class days in addition to the homework night, so you guys should be good. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Sorry, guys. Give me one. Hello. 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 Sorry, Mia Bell. I think that's good now. Sorry. Okay, he taught us that we are to love men, Jew or Gentile, friend or enemy, just as we love ourselves, right? The Bible tells us to love our neighbor as ourselves, right? Basically meaning, okay, I should love you guys in a sense of care about you guys as much as I care for myself. Yes, sir. Okay, that's outside topic of class, so don't even talk about it. Okay, bad question right now. All right, so just like the Bible tells us, we're supposed to love our neighbors. All right, Jesus, his purpose here on earth was to show that, to show this love that no man can have, that God sent his only son to die on the cross for us men. Why would you guys, even in this classroom, okay, some of you guys are friends. All right, I can promise you, if it came down to the decision whether you die or your friend dies, you would say, sorry, friend, love you, care about you, but peace out, Girl Scout, right? Okay, you guys win it. Shh, no comments. Okay, no comments. Okay, but in reality, that's what God did for us. He sent probably one of the most important things to him, the Son of God, Jesus Christ, to come down to earth, okay, being all God but being all man, living a human life, okay, with the temptations. We see that as the devil tempted Jesus, and he lived with those temptations, okay, but still living a perfect life, still caring way more about others than he did himself, okay, fulfilling the prophecy of the Bible, fulfilling what God had told him to do, dying on the cross for us, because, as I said, he loved us so much, okay, and we see that in the Bible. He taught with the authority of God, and he performed miracles with the power of God. Jesus became so popular in Palestine that Jewish leaders already were envious of his teachings and miracles. Yes, they began to see him as a threat. Good, Chase. But it's true. Well, there you go. All right, so we see, even in history before, right? We see like with Julius Caesar. He was a great leader. He was just man, but he's a great leader, and people became jealous of him, yes? We talked about this just like with Jesus. Okay, these Pharisees, these scribes, these scholars were people that studied Scripture. They studied history. All right, so they knew a lot of information. But then when Jesus comes down, even as a boy, as we see in the Bible, talking to these people that have dedicated their lives to learning, okay, they see Jesus, this 6-year-old boy, coming to them and answering these questions that they don't even know what he's talking about. They're like, dude, you're a kid. How do you know this? That's like, imagine if any of you have siblings, or imagine a kid that's 5 years old. Okay, you guys all have math class, yes? Okay, some of us understand all of our math. Some of us are like, what in the world is going on? These numbers are doing things. I have no idea what it means, right? Imagine this 5-year-old comes to you and says, hey, Bella, hey, you know math class? You know the question you could have solved? Well, this is how it's solved. And it goes like this and this, and you're just like, what is going on? All right, things that were way more complicated, way more, complicated. That's the best word I'm thinking of right now. All right, things that are hard for us, right? We're being told to them, people that study it their whole lives, was being told to them by a boy, by Jesus when he was a child. Okay, throughout his life, okay, he's living, explaining things that these scholars didn't understand, performing miracles that people couldn't explain. Okay, so they became envious of him, jealous of him. They denied him as the Son of God. They said, no way, you're a fake. You're a prophet of evil. Okay, people don't follow him. He's evil. He's not of God. There's no way. He's not the Messiah that we've been reading about. The Bible has been telling you this whole time, this person's going to come. He's finally here. And they're like, this isn't him. It's not him. Follow me. I'm a smart guy. Follow me. Don't follow him. Okay, and we see that. Okay, but again, getting to Rome, this is just an introduction. This is going to lead us to the time. Okay, this is still about Rome, but this is all introduction. Okay, with Jesus, this is going to lead us to a time. By this time, we have a supreme ruler in Palestine. So this time of Jesus is this main ruler, and it was Pontius Pilate. Good. Pontius Pilate. He is the Roman governor and supreme ruler in Palestine during Jesus' day. Okay, he was the one governing everything. Obviously, he's one man, so he wasn't everywhere. Okay, but he's the one that made final decisions. He's the one that was ruling. He's the one that made the laws. Yes, sir.
Are we just gonna note under newspaper for all of this chapter?
If we do well, we'll have them. If we keep on talking like Destiny is right now, we won't. Okay, having fill in the blank notes are a privilege. So when we're talking, privilege is taken away. Okay, so we have Pontius Pilate. Okay, and in this time, okay, and even today, what are followers of Jesus called? Pretty easy question. Christians. Christians. Give me 1 second before you guys persecute me. Typo. Okay, when you guys do these notes, you don't have to write them word for word. Okay, you can summarize. Okay, so just put Pontius Pilate, Roman governor, Jesus' day. Okay, so you don't have to write every single word. That can help you guys. All right, but we have followers of Jesus were known as, yes, Christians. A Christian, they are followers of Christ. No, I have to keep on moving. I was there long enough. I'm sorry. Okay, these people are we're going to see throughout this Roman time and during Jesus and after Jesus that these are going to be people that were persecuted, okay, that were called out upon, that were looked down upon because, okay, how were the Roman Empire ruled? Like, what were worshipped and things at this time? Who said it? Okay, not quite. They kind of moved away from that. Who were the person or thing that was worshipped? What? Okay, Rome itself, but also the emperor. Okay, that was the person or place that was worshipped. That was their god. Hey, Roman power, that's our god. Our emperor, whoever it may be, that's our god. Okay, and they looked at themselves as God. So they had this person, Jesus, imagine. Okay, so in this large empire, while they're ruling, this person, Jesus, saying, hey, I'm the Son of God. I'm the King of Kings. I'm all powerful. He's saying these things, and so how do you think they're going to feel? They're going to deny him. They're going to say, no, you're not. You're just one man, dude. You know, emperor or Caesar or whoever's in control, he has hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of men behind him. You're just one man. All right, so they deny him. They don't believe it. Okay, but some people that did believe it, okay, that wanted to spread the good news of Jesus, all right, two people we probably already know. We have Peter and Paul, just two highlights we're going to have of just these men. There's countless men we could talk about and the Bible talks about that spreads the good news and everything, but we have two focuses of them, Peter and Paul. Huh? I research and find them. No. Yeah, I just look for one I look for one I liked, and there you go. All right. So again, Peter and Paul, these were people. Okay, obviously Paul wrote like more than half of the New Testament. Okay, Peter also wrote some of the New Testament. He was a disciple of Christ. Okay, Paul was originally Saul. He persecuted Christians even in this time. He's someone that persecuted them. But then on the road to Damascus, most of us heard the story. Okay, on the road to Damascus, God shined a light and it blinded Saul until he met up with the man of God, and he gained his sight back, and God renamed him Paul, and he became a follower and someone to preach and tell about God's story and the good news of him, of salvation. Okay, again, importance of this time. Okay, so we're seeing all this persecution of Christians during Jesus' time. Okay, but then it's going to lead to a time of the actual crucifixion or Jesus dying on the cross. All right, that's the time period we're starting in. We're getting into this introduction of when Christ was here on earth, how the Roman Empire was ruling. All right, but we see the crucifixion. All right, Jesus, okay, he bled. He was convicted, saying, hey, this man's saying he's Jesus or the Messiah, the Son of God. He's saying he's God in man form. This dude's crazy. Okay, so the Pharisees turn him into the Roman government, saying, hey, this guy's saying he's King of Kings. He's the Son of God. Okay, so they persecute him and they throw him. They whip him, put a crown of thorns. They say, King of the Jews on a cross. They nail him to the cross. Okay, our Savior Jesus Christ shed his blood for us, for me. Okay, imagine nails going through your wrists that are about a half a foot long. Imagine a nail going through your feet, both of them together on a cross. Okay, you're standing there. Imagine having to hold yourself up on a cross with nails through your body. That's the only way you're holding up. Okay, you can't really breathe because your lungs are collapsing until you can push up for a small air of breath off the nail in his feet. And this is what Jesus did for us. He did that for us, and he ended up dying. Okay, but then, okay, again, we're getting into the story, into this introduction. But then 3 days later, we all pretty much know what happens. What happens? Yes, Easter, Christ arose from the grave. He defeated death. Okay, that's what really proves his deity. Okay, he did all these things. He did these miracles, but the final thing, okay, the final thing that said, hey, I am God. I'm showing you guys I am God. He defeats death itself. He defeats death itself. No other religion, no other person has done that. Okay, so people that deny Jesus, deny the Bible, okay, they have no way to prove, okay, and it is proven, that Jesus, him raising from the grave. Some say, oh, he didn't really raise from the grave. It was someone else acting as Jesus. The grave, sorry. Okay, but he did 3 days later. He walked. Okay, we have proof of it because he walked and talked and ate with friends after he died. Everyone saw him die. But there's proof of him walking and talking and eating with his friends after for about 40 days until he went back up into heaven. The disciples' faith was renewed. Okay, we all know the term, or most of us probably know the term, doubting Thomas. Right? Thomas was a disciple of Christ, yes, sir. I have no idea, man. You're asking the wrong person. Wasn't there and didn't write the Bible. So there you go. All right, so we see, okay, Jesus was there on earth at a time before he went to Shh, guys, back, quiet. Okay, so he's there. Okay, we have proof of it. He's going to rise up into heaven, and we see through this time, though, because the disciples, while he was dead, imagine this guy that you had followed, you believed to be the Son of God, had died, and he's gone for 3 days. So maybe the first day you're like, all right, he's not dead. He's not really dead. He said he's Son of God. He's all powerful. He's not dead. 1 day passes, and you're like, all right, he just got lost, right? He's just lost. He's still coming back. The second day passes, and he's gone. This man I followed for the last 10 years, he's gone. Maybe he was just a man. Maybe you could see how people would start to have some doubt. 3 days have passed. Jesus is gone. My faith is shook. Maybe this is just all fake. I wasted 10 years of my life. I left my family for this. But then after that third day, Jesus arose from the grave. He goes to his disciples and he renews their faith in him. How do you think you would feel if you were one of the disciples and you started to doubt, and then he comes back and you're like, Jesus? There's no way. Like I thought you were gone. I stopped believing. I questioned everything that I believed. But you're here now. And then maybe they still doubt and they said, oh, you're just a ghost. You're just part of my imagination. I'm going crazy now. But then they could touch his hands. They could see the scars in his hands and in his wrist from the nails. Okay? And their faith was renewed. Obviously, again, we talked about Thomas. He was known as Doubting Thomas. Okay, in this time after Jesus arose from the grave, turn around in your seat. Okay, we see more than 500 witnesses saw Jesus resurrected. When the 40 days had ended and it was just time for Jesus to ascend into heaven, he instructed the disciples to carry out the gospel. And we see Peter and Paul, they were two of the people that were like the foundations of starting the church, starting people in large groups of believers of God, proclaiming the gospel, preaching the gospel to large groups of people, lots of souls being saved, learning about the good news of Jesus coming on earth, performing miracles, living a perfect life, dying on the cross, and rising again after that. Peter and Paul were two men that were with that. Okay, Peter was at first, okay, just a summary, Peter at first was known for preaching to who? Specifically, a group of people. He was a Jew, so he preached to the Jews. Okay, Paul was not, I know, everyone else did too. Okay, you're good. All right, Paul was not completely Jewish. Okay, he was kind of like a half-blood. Okay, so he was mostly Gentile. That's what anything other than Jew is considered, if you guys didn't know that. Okay, so he preached mainly at first to the Gentiles. Okay, Obviously, later on, God commands and inspires them, hey, we're supposed to preach the gospel too. I told you to preach it to what? Everybody, the whole world. So why are you just preaching to one group, and why are you preaching to one group? And God's going to convict them and tell them, we see that in the Bible, we're not going to go through it all right now, to preach and give the gospel to all men, to all mankind. But this is going to lead us into the time period we are in Rome. Okay, it's all a quick introduction. Okay, we're not going through a ton of notes today. And you guys have been doing a decent job. Make sure you're paying attention, not talking, messing around. All right, maybe we'll get those notes tomorrow for you if you're doing that. Or drawing. All right, but we're going to see some things in this Roman Empire. Okay, with this, we're going to have some different emperors or groups of emperors. And we see first the Claudian emperors. The Claudian emperors. Okay, these are the 4 descendants of Caesar Augustus. They ruled from AD 14 to 68. Okay, so this is right after, or kind of still during the time of Jesus and after the time of Jesus. Okay, this is the group of emperors that we're going to talk about here in a second that led and ruled. Okay, the first one is Tiberius. The little r is meaning ruled. He ruled from 14 AD to 37 AD, so a little over 20 years. He was emperor during the time of Jesus' crucifixion, resurrection, and ascension. Yes, sir. Yep. You can summarize. Yes, sir. All right, we have a couple more. We're going to get through these Claudian emperors, and then we will be done for the day. Okay, give you guys a little bit longer. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I just said it means ruled. So they ruled from 14 AD to 37 AD. Does that make sense? I put like a little R so I didn't have to write the whole thing. Sorry. It looks cool though. It looks good. Okay, so there's going to be a bunch of people we talk about, a bunch of different rulers. It's going to have a little R meaning ruled from this time to that time. All right, we're going to move on. Again, maybe we'll have the notes tomorrow so you can get them refilled in later. Okay, but some other Claudian emperors. We have Caligula. Caligula, he ruled from 37 to 41 AD, so his rule was not very long. He was Tiberius's adopted son, who ruled from, as it says already, AD 37 to 41. Okay, so about 4 years. He went mad and selected his favorite horse to be a member of the Roman Senate. Quiet, Chase. Put your mask on. Maybe your mask will help you conceal your mouth. Okay, so Caligula, basically, he only had a short reign because he was a crazy man. Okay, he made his horse, or tried to make his horse part of the Senate, and that's when people realized, hey, this man's crazy, let's get him out of here. No, put your hand down. Put your hand down. Put your hand down. Put your hand down. All right, this is Caligula. Well, all I want to say is, okay, Caligula. The next one. Okay, give you guys a couple more seconds. You guys are ruining the notes. Gotta be. Okay, the next Claudian emperor should be easy to remember, is Claudius. Part of the Claudian emperors, Claudius. He ruled from 41 to 54 AD. He was the uncle of Caligula, who expelled the Jews from Rome. Meaning kicked them out. Yes, ma'am. I will, yes. We'll recover them. You'll notice that there's not a ton of blanks, so maybe. We'll see. We started off strong, but we're struggling this last couple minutes. Okay, again, this is the uncle of Caligula. He took the spot of Caligula after he was kicked out for being crazy and a madman. Sit up, Jezreel. Yeah. Okay. And he is the one who kicked out and expelled the Jews from Rome. Okay, the last emperor we're going to talk about in this group, very famous, okay, for being the first Roman emperor to persecute the Christians. Okay, Claudius didn't quite persecute him, he just expelled them, kicked them out of Rome. All right, but we have Nero. He ruled from 54 to 68 AD. He is the first Roman emperor to persecute the Christians. Yes, sir. What? There are, but I just didn't want to use pictures for all of them. No. 51. 41 to 54, sorry. Okay, Nero, the first Roman emperor to persecute Christians. Okay, that's all we're going to talk about today. We'll pick up where we left off tomorrow. We have a lot more to talk about with Nero. Okay, a lot happened under his reign. Okay, a lot of things happened. Okay, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Any questions? Yes, sir. Come on, guys. Not all of them, no. He ruled for 14 years. Yep. All right, distant learners. All right, distant learners, let me know if you need anything. We will have a quiz on Friday. We'll review for that tomorrow. If you need anything, let me know. Make sure you turn in everything so I can get grades for you.